Senators will be in their seats. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bagg. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Heil. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
We have a guest chaplain this morning, L.D. Holmes, the House chaplain. Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Good morning, friends. Allow me to pray for you. Dear Father, we would ask you to come and sit beside us today as we discuss the business of our state. Your word directs our minds and spirits to acquire wisdom, acquire understanding. Do not forsake her, and she will guard you. Love her, and she will watch over you. So today, would you help us to turn off any negative thoughts or ideas which are not filtered through your wisdom? You, indeed, are the one who can help us to get understanding about what we hear and believe to know. If today you would want to impart a new truth and understanding into our minds and spirits, we'll do our very best to listen, to even possibly embrace those thoughts. We pray for your protection and insight as we seek to find truth in the midst of often confusing and opposing ideas. Help us to see the big picture and not get caught up in the minutia of the moment. We pray for the less fortunate of our group who are not meeting and are not with us. We pray for them in their physical needs. They often, those that have needs, have a chaos in their life that they do not understand. We pray for them today. Bless our families who add so much purpose and value to our lives. Because today is National Medal of Honor today, we salute those who have given so much. In fact, we pray for all of our military personnel, especially those in difficult places. We also pray for our nation and its leaders. Might wisdom and understanding walk with them as they make decisions which influences our very life. I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please continue standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Messages from the governor, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 307, 336, and 431 have been signed. Approved March 22nd, 2024. Respectfully, Laura Kelly, Governor.
The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carried. The chair appoints the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
At this time, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could I have the reader read my motion on 2293?
Reader will read.
House Bill 2293. Motion pursuant to Rule 52 and in compliance with Rule 53 of the Senate Rules, I move that the order of the calendar be changed from that approved by the Committee on Organization, Calendar and Rules to place HB 2293 above the line for immediate consideration as the first order of business for the Committee of the Whole. House Bill 2293, short title, requiring prosecutors to disclose their intent to introduce testimony from a jailhouse witness and to forward related information to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. Rob Olson.
Are there any objections to bringing 2293 above the line? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson.
Senator Warren.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get my second cup of tea.
Well, there was a late night watching a lot of basketball last night at our house, so I understand. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do rise to discuss House Bill 2293 and the motion to pull it above the line and place it on top of the list for GO today. It's because House Bill 2293 was heard in Senate Judiciary Committee. It was a bill that passed out of committee last session. And the bill came over to us from the House, and in the Senate committee, we did hear opposition, as I recall, from our prosecutors, that the procedure that the bill would require would create a lot of repetitive issues and procedures that our prosecutors already follow. And when you create in a bill additional procedures, and it could cause more appeals to be filed because the procedures would be there needs to be more work done on the bill, which is why I believe it has been below the line since last session. And this is a procedural motion, and my understanding is that after the bill got out of committee, there might have been some further objections to the bill. I don't recall at this time, because I wasn't thinking we would be discussing a motion like this morning, what the vote in committee was, but perhaps the reviser might be able to have that. There's only one, I believe, opportunity to address the motion, one opportunity for each senator who wishes to speak. So I would ask the body, because this is a procedural motion and it has been below the line for more than a year for reasons that probably some further objections from prosecutors, that the bill is not in a position to be pulled above the line by a procedure that we're debating here today. And I would ask the body that we not support the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Since we are in discussion under Rule 53, changing order on a calendar, not more than one bill or resolution may be named in a motion to change the order of the calendar, and on each motion, no senator, except the senator making the motion, shall speak more than once, nor longer than 2 minutes. Senator from Johnson, or
I'll say something if that's all right. I believe, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the committee voted 7-2. The House overwhelmingly voted this bill out. We've given a year below the line to figure this out. Also remember this being a problem where we have these jail snitches that are getting sweetheart deals to testify against people. We don't know what these deals are. And I also remember hearing one of the big reasons for this bill, we had someone go to prison for 10 years that was innocent and then later let out. 3 months later, he dies because of one of these jailhouse snitches. I think this is we're coming to the end. This bill's a House bill that's, passed out, I believe, almost overwhelming in the House, 7-2 in committee. Sure, the prosecutors are not going to like this. This is a little bit of work. But I think in this situation, when you have a jailhouse snitch, someone needs to know a little more what's going on than what's going on. For them to have to do a little detail and disclose that to the KBI, I think that's pretty reasonable.
Chair recognizes Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to add a little bit to what the chairman of the Senate Judiciary said. As vice chair of that committee, I can tell you much opposition arose after it passed the House. That happens a lot of times. People get to focusing on what's in the bill, and they recognize the District and County Attorneys Association turned on it, and it was a bad bill. They're opposed to it 100%, and so is the Attorney General. So with that, I thank you.
Any other senator seeking recognition? Is this a roll call? Oh, Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this motion. I served on this committee. We did pass it out in keeping with the House's version. It was changed significantly in conference committee, and that's where it got stalled. When we caucused on this, there was concern that it had changed so dramatically from what got passed out of committee with no discussion, no sharing of that information. That was all done in conference committee. So what is the opportunity that a legislator has? I did speak with leadership. I spoke with leadership before turnaround with the request that we would either bring it back into committee to address. That didn't happen. That it would come above the line so that the body as a whole could address it. That did not happen. So while I understand it is unprecedented for us to pull a bill up above the line that hasn't already been done by our leadership, I support this because this truly is a bill about transparency. It's a bill about transparency when a jailhouse snitch is sharing information that would be a part of them being able to craft a deal for themselves. There should be a trail and a recording of that occurring. And so I urge the body to support bringing this above the line so that we can have the floor debate that it deserves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in strong support of the motion. This bill passed the House 117-4. Every single House Republican voted for this bill. This is a bipartisan bill. These are needed reforms. We heard really compelling testimony from the family of a person, Mr. Pete Coons, who was wrongfully imprisoned for a number of years before finally being let go I recall about 60 or 90 days before he passed away from cancer that had gone untreated during the time that he was wrongly locked up. And the reason that he was wrongly locked up is because of a jailhouse witness that was not properly disclosed. It did lead to his conviction, we believe, in large part. And so the testimony was really compelling. The House vote was overwhelming, as I mentioned, including every single House Republican. The committee vote in the Senate Judiciary Committee was also overwhelming, and this has really just been blocked by our committee leadership. But the membership of the committee, as you've seen, very strongly wants to see this bill considered. I believe that every member should have the ability to vote up or down on this bill on its merits. And so again, I'm strongly supportive of this motion. I hope the body will be as well.
Any other senator seeking recognition? Chair recognizes a senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke with the Attorney General. The Attorney General does not support this bill, and neither do the prosecutors support this bill. And it has been discussed several times with various members, and I would urge the body not to support this bill.
Any other senators? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect the Attorney General or the prosecutors to like this bill. The fact is, transparency is never bad. And I'm sure we've had a few jailhouse snitches that had sweetheart deals to say things that weren't true that have hurt people in court. We should be after the truth. And, you know, here, all we're asking is that a little documentation and the truth be known what they got. And, you know, a very independent agency, KBI, would house that. And so I don't see, sure, if I was Attorney General, I wouldn't want to have to disclose if someone in jail that was going to testify for me got, you know, years shaved off their sentence or got some special treatment because their testimony might not have the same weight as someone that didn't get anything. But think about that. You know, they don't want to tell because they're giving something to get someone to testify. Most people do the right thing. I mean, you don't have to give them anything to tell the truth. So, you know, I think this is just being transparent. This is being open. And I don't see why the prosecutors, why the Attorney General wouldn't want to be open and transparent. You know, we should be after the truth. And this is a way to make sure, you know, some prosecutors not using these snitches to get people wrongfully convicted that we later have to pay for, but take their life away or devastate their life and their family's life. So I really look at this as, you know, getting the information out there, being transparent, and the truth. So I'll stand for more questions.
Seeing no one else seeking recognition, all those in favor of raising House Bill 2293 above the line, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Division has been requested. All those in favor of House Bill 2293 raising above the line, please stand. Please sit, and all those opposed, please stand. On a vote of 21 to 14, the motion fails. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faustido. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
We need the senator from Land to repeat her vote. Aye. Chair recognizes Senator from Brown. Yeah, well, the computer froze up, so we're trying to get that caught up. Thank you. It was a pass. The vote was 23-12. Is a preliminary count. Yes. Senator from Brown.
24 is required.
No, 27.
20.
Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Madam Chair, could we hold the roll open for just another minute or two? We have a member that's on the elevator on the way up, and she'd like to cast her vote on this motion.
Okay. Seeing no objection. Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick. Would any senator like to change his or her vote? Yeah, does any senator wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Contaminated testimony is one of the best ways to describe evidence obtained from jailhouse informants, found to be highly unreliable. The use of jailhouse informants is a secretive feature of the criminal justice system. For that reason, I vote yes, as we do need to take a vote on this bill.
Any other senator seeking recognition? Seeing none, we'll close the roll, tally the vote. On a vote of 23 ayes, 12 nay, the motion is not approved because it does not have a 2/3 majority of the members. All right, the senator, having resolved itself into the committee of the whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of general orders. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2577. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2577 would provide discretionary authority to the state treasurer to determine the amount of unclaimed property receipts to be available for long-term investment in the unclaimed property fund, which is invested by CAPERS but is separate from CAPERS funds. It would also allow the state treasurer to determine in PMIB investments how much of those needed to be liquidated to turn to cash to be able to pay property that has been claimed. The bill passed the House 119-1. Proponents were the state treasurer, and there were no opponents to the bill. I stand for questions.
Are there questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Madam Chair, I stand in strong support for this. The treasurer seems to be doing a good job of with the money and has not had any issues with paying out the PMIB at all. So this seems like a very good bill, and I stand in support.
Any other questions for the senator from Lyon? Senator, you make your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2577 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Before we continue to the next bill, just need to make an announcement. We are having problems with our voting system, so everybody will need to be patient. So, at this time, Chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain House Bill 2560 and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2560 would amend the state banking code to allow the state banking commissioner to consider an application that was incomplete voided after 60 days if the applicant has not brought the application into complete status. It would also require a bank or a trust company to engage in the activity requiring an application approval by the state banking commissioner within 18 months from the date of approval. If the bank or trust company fails to comply with this activity, the bill would require the application to be deemed expired and a new application would have to be submitted. The bill would also amend the definition of originating trustee to remove the language requiring such trustee, which would be a trust company, bank, National Banking Association, savings and loan, or a savings bank, to have its principal place of business in the state. This would allow trust assets to move from state to state
in either a bulk transfer or individually. Anybody who wished to have their individual trust remain in Kansas could ask to do so. There are 38 other states that allow trust companies to cross state lines. The bill passed the House 119-0. Proponents were the State Banking Commissioner, KBA, and Midwest Trust. There were no opponents to the bill, and I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Lyon? Senator from Johnson, are you seeking recognition? Senator from Johnson, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports House Bill 2560 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll continue to recognize the senator from Lyon as he explains House Bill 2663 and adopt
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Please continue.
House Bill 2663 would permit title insurance agents to deposit escrow, settlement, and closing funds for real estate closings, including closings revolving references of existing mortgage loans which exceed $2,500 to be in the form of real-time or instant payment through the FedNow service operated by the Federal Reserve banks or the clearinghouse payment company's real-time payment system. The bill passed the House 119-0. Proponents were Kansas Land Title Association, the Kansas Bar Association, and the Kansas Association of Realtors. There were no opponents, and I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, make your motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports House Bill 2663 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, the chairman recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, to explain Senate Bill 524.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 524 has to do with watershed districts.
Irrigation.
When the board of directors of the irrigation district of more than 35,000 acres may conduct board member elections by mail ballot, the board shall adopt a procedure for the election by mail ballot in even-numbered or odd-numbered years. This will fix this legislation, because currently, if elections are held now on odd number years, there's no way to keep the directors for 4-year terms unless 2 are elected in 1 year. So this changes that so they can elect their board members, and these board members are elected by mail ballot, which is currently the status. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to yield to the senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers. She has a friendly amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as the chairman described, the underlying bill makes it easier for irrigation districts to hold elections for board of directors, really a technical fix so they can conduct their business more easily. It does affect an irrigation district in Senate District 36. Probably the only district in the state at that. But I do have an amendment. I have turned it in, and it's amendment number 3278.
We'll wait until it's dispersed. What? Would that number maybe be 3785?
It certainly could be. Let me look. 32. Just a moment, Madam Chair. Just a moment. Yes, Madam Chair, 3785.
All right, we'll get it dispersed. I have one. Thank you. I grabbed it. I took it when you weren't looking. Would you like to explain your amendment or have the reader read?
I'll explain my amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment comes to us from the eastern part of Senate District 36, and in case you're all wondering who pulled off that consent calendar item, that would have been me, to amend it with another situation we find in Senate District 36 on the eastern half, where the underlying bill is more the western half. So this amendment modifies current law on water and specifically concerns clarifying a dam for ag use, both non-agriculture and ag use. It also removed the language for previous dam size and storage and adds a penalty section for if this new law is violated. A few points of clarification. The amendment would change the definition of water structures to exclude water use dams under 125 acre feet from regulatory completely, and this is important. There is already an exemption that allows dams to be built if they hold less than 125 acre feet of water. This exemption was adopted over a decade ago. This amendment would only provide this new exemption to dams that are ag use only, so that's irrigation, livestock, commercial fishing, and for watersheds. The Department of Agriculture is aware of this issue, and they support moving forward to clarify that exemption is for low-risk dams for agriculture use. Another note, water users will still need to ensure they have appropriate water rights to build one of these structures. Most of these dams are on farms that are several hundred acres in size, and some are on fields or pastures that are several thousand acres in size. When a dam is built, a farm or ranch of this size with only the farmer's land downstream from it, the risk this poses to others is very low and almost entirely borne by the farmer or the rancher. Section 2 was requested and added that says any person who commits a violation of KSA 82A-301 may be subject to a civil penalty of not less than $100, but not more than $500. And the entire bill, SB 524, with this amendment, would go into effect in a publication of the statute book. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm ready for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Cloud? I recognize the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have questions. I appreciate the carrier of the amendment sharing this with me so that I could share it with our caucus. I have served for a number of years on agriculture and natural resources when we talk about building dams and recognize that this has been an exception for that time, and really appreciate her sharing this also with the Department of Agriculture. It was one less thing we had to deal with in committee. So I support this amendment. Thank you.
Other questions for the senator from Cloud? Seeing none, Senator, you may make it close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, this is an ag-friendly amendment which will clarify the law for smaller ponds for agriculture use, which is an important issue in rural Kansas. And with this, I move my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Back on the bill. Any other questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none, Senator, you may make your close.
I move when the committee rises and reports Senate Bill 524 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. As amended.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I move it as amended.
All right. You've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 488. For the purposes of explaining the bill, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Please continue.
Senate Bill 488 as amended, would expand the scope of the Inspector General with the Office of the Attorney General to include the audit, investigation, and performance review of all the state cash, food, and health assistance programs. Currently, the Inspector General oversees the Medicaid-related programs and has identified $211,245,600 in wasteful spending, 64 recommendations since the calendar year 2021, and in a report that's pending release, there'll be an additional $88 million in wasteful spending and $12 million savings as identified. The request came from the Office of the Inspector General. The funding for this is limited to $775,456 and an additional 5 FTEs. Increasing the funding should be offset by the fraud that is prevented. I think we all can agree that we want people to benefit from these programs, but only those who qualify. Want to go after bad actors such as contractors and providers. So the current revisions to the bill limit access to files necessary to verify accuracy of contractors or the healthcare providers' invoices, and to conduct higher level and more complex investigations of these contractors, employees, and providers. And the investigations would seek criminal and civil action. It is not intended to supplant or duplicate investigations currently conducted by the DCF investigators for food assistance fraud. In fact, special agents are currently working joint cases with DCF investigators. So it would allow audits of cash and food assistance programs that have a severe lack of oversight. And finally, they currently provide informational briefings and reports on audits, reviews, and investigations, and would do the same, particularly for a committee of which I've chaired, which is the Robert G. Bob Bethel Joint Committee on Home and Community-Based Services and CanCare Oversight. And for that, Madam Chair, I stand for questions.
Other questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the senator from Johnson, you mentioned that about funds that have been identified currently by the Inspector General with Medicaid, and I would like for you to share with the body how much has actually been collected by the Inspector General's office.
Senator from Johnson.
I don't have that information. I just have, when I requested the information, they talked about wasteful spending, overpayments, savings. So I would assume the wasteful spending and the savings were collected, but that I cannot say.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, from testimony that was received at CanCare at the Bob Bethel side, at this point in time, nothing has been collected from that office. So you did also mention in your just now, going after contractors and providers. So in this legislation, Senate Bill 488, who would that be addressed to?
Senator from Johnson.
Providers would be doctors, perhaps, that are, or providers of this care, but particularly what we've seen nationwide is doctors that have, and I'll just use the example, have billed for services that were never rendered.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. However, this bill is directed towards cash and food assistance. So I'm at a loss as to how doctors are involved.
Senator from Johnson.
It is also the health assistance. So again, they oversee the Medicaid, et cetera. So any health assistance that would be given would have providers as well. Also, a provider could be a grocery store, someplace that is turning in information based upon coupons that were never used, or people that are giving away their SNAP card. There are lots of different ways that that could be addressed.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, currently, the Inspector General has the ability to look at the Medicaid program. This would include Child Health Insurance Program, CHIP, which is already underfunded as it is by our state because of the number of families that have children that are not applying for that. So I'm not sure when it comes to health. You also mentioned that there was a lack of investigation currently. Could you expound on that, please?
Senator from Johnson.
That was reported to me by the Office of Inspector General.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So I would bring it to the body's attention that that is absolutely false. The DCF has a quality control staff. Now, remember, as was explained by the carrier of this bill, that this is expanding not only duties, but also staff. This bill originally asked for 20. it has been reduced to 5, but that would be permanent additions in the Office of the Inspector General, which is at a cost of almost $800,000 a year, which will be continual. And I know that there's often talk about being fiscally conservative and looking after the best use of state dollars. So this is an example of not the best use of state dollars. DCF has a quality control staff which watches SNAP and TANF applications and renewals, modifications for can flag these and refer them to the DCF fraud unit. DCF also receives allegations of fraud from our hotline, which would be the same if this bill were expanded, and an online reporting system. And these are investigated by the DCA fraud unit, which currently has a chief investigator, 2 deputy chief investigators, and 14 fraud special investigators and 4 benefit eligibility experts assigned statewide. So we have staff. We are paying in our budget with DCF, we are paying for this staff to investigate any alleged fraud or misuse when it comes to cash and food assistance. And the Department of DCF is already working with the Attorney General's office when it comes to any further, any prosecution that might be necessary. There also is federal oversight. So at the federal level, this department is reviewed every 2 years, and the fraud unit is also federally audited every 2 to 3 years. So not only do we already have staff that we are paying for at the state level, over 20 staff at the state level in DCF, and we also have investigation that's going on at the federal level. So then let's talk about what actually has been discovered. If we look at actual fraud collection that has gone on, now this is cases DCF has received through the hotline, has investigated, and so in 2023, there were 2,585 referrals. Those could come in a variety of ways through the hotline usually. Of those, 1,700 were found to have actually committed fraud. I'm sorry, there was no finding of fraud for 1,700. There was actually fraud found for 225. And that led to the actual collection in 2023 of $887,102. So yes, we are helping to pay for the staff we have doing this very work in the Department of Children and Families right now with their investigation. Currently in 24, the fraud claims total $1,070,093. And that's the amount of the fraud actually found that we will recover based on 178 cases. So I question within this body why we would want to pass legislation to expand the scope of the Inspector General when we already have those very things being taken care of and being inspected by the Department of Children and Family, and we already are funding those staff positions.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
Just to say that the DCF investigations seldom result in prosecutions or just merely administrative action, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Saline, Senator Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have. It's 3779.
All right. Take a few moments here. Would you like to have it read, or would you like to explain it?
I'll explain, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
Upon reviewing this bill and the amendments made in committee for the budget process, it was found that the way that the portion was written regarding how many FTEs and the budget amount would have been restrictive to the Medicaid Inspector General's office by applying that to their current and existing employee count. So this just clarifies that it is in addition to the existing individuals as opposed to applying to those who are existing. So for instance, the existing language would have him reducing his count from 9 to 5. This would allow him to go from 9 to 14 as was intended. And I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator for Saline? Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, and thanks for that explanation. So again, this would be in expanding the Inspector General's office from 9 to 14 with an additional expenditure of $775,456, and this would be ongoing expansion to provide services that are already being done.
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The description of what the amendment does is correct. However, I would take issue with the final one, which was that it's already being done. DCF policing itself is a bad idea. It would be akin to some other agencies policing themselves. The Medicaid Inspector General exists for a reason, and that is so that there is a relatively impartial outside third party reviewing these agencies. I personally believe that's a good idea. Some others may disagree. But as far as the amendment goes, it would just clarify that the intent of the committee was to allow for an additional 5 FTEs and that additional budget expenditure as opposed to that being the entire department.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And this whole issue about DCF inspecting itself is that actually DCF is charged with handling and monitoring and being responsible for federal dollars that are coming in to provide both cash assistance and food assistance to the most needy in the state of Kansas. Earlier, the carrier of the bill referred to the statement that I made about collections as being alleged. These are actual collections that occurred of fraud in 2023. That's $887,102.87 was actually collected by DCF after their investigation of those fraud cases that have come in through the hotline and otherwise. So it's not alleged, it's actually occurred, and as you can see, this is a larger amount than actually is even being proposed within this bill to pay for another department to expand their number of employees, and that it will be ongoing, not just for 1 year. This isn't one-time funds, and continual, when we're already doing that through the Department of Children and Families. And I also shared with you about that, the current 2024. So I'm really question why we as a body who have the responsibility to handle state funds and be fiscally responsible, that we would want to spend more dollars doing the same thing that's already being done and being done well.
Senator from Saline, do you wish to respond?
Well, I'd be happy to. I mean, I'd like to stay on the amendment, but it seems we veered off, so I'd just say that DCF doesn't prosecute food stamp fraud. DCF doesn't do anything for child care assistance. The Medicaid Inspector General has the ability to do investigations that they can't do. The Medicaid Inspector General can do audits. The Fed hasn't done audits in years. There's been identified savings that actually have happened. They just don't have currently the ability to force the collections. So there are many things that can be done by the Medicaid Inspector General that aren't being done by DCF. I don't trust that DCF is going to do those things because they haven't. And it makes more sense to have a relatively neutral third party going in and doing these investigations that has that prosecutorial ability. But getting back on the amendment is really just here to clarify the issue that it is 5 additional, it is an additional budget amount. Otherwise, we would be cutting the Medicaid Inspector General's current office by half. I don't think that was the intent of the committee. Would really like to vote on that before we dive into a debate on the bill, if we could. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte. Nope. Senator from Finney. Senator Dahl, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask the carrier of the amendment, being an employee of the Attorney General, would this have a direct impact on your job, either directly or indirectly?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, the Medicaid Inspector General's office has nothing to do with anything I do in the Attorney General's office.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson.
I would just state that we consider this a friendly amendment as that was the intent in the committee on the bill.
Senator from Wyandotte, we're still on the amendment. Are you still seeking recognition? Okay, thank you. Seeing no others seeking recognition, Senator, you may make your close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just move the amendment. Thank you.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Back on the bill. Any other questions? Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Unfortunately, some erroneous comments were just made. I just would clarify for the body that audits are done. Actually, audits are done by DCF every 2 years, and the fraud unit is also audited federally every 2 to 3 years. In our hearing, comments were made by the Inspector General that they hadn't been done. I know there was a delay due to COVID, but they are done every 2 years. So saying that the audits are never done is totally incorrect. This bill, SB 488, does expand the scope of the Attorney General's, of the Inspector General's office, and it's supposedly detecting welfare fraud that already, through the Department of Children and Family, is being done by a staff of about 20. So, which they are, according to the information of the claims of the fraud that has been investigated, that they're able to pay for currently. So I would just encourage the body not to pass this bill on. It does not help. It does maintain that I believe that anyone who is receiving food assistance or cash assistance is out to defraud the government. And I think that is a definitely disrespect to those in our communities across the state of Kansas that are just trying to make ends meet and that occasionally have to rely on those federal programs that we monitor through the Department of Children and Families. It certainly is demeaning to our families and that want to just keep their heads above water and support their children and maintain that anyone that is receiving cash or food assistance is committing fraud. If that's the case, it's being invested by the current department that has the duties to do that asks of handling those federal dollars, and that they are doing it. So this is a heavy-handed bill that is totally unnecessary, and also it's a misuse of our state dollars.
Senator from Johnson, you wish to respond? Any other questions for the Senator from Johnson? I recognize the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the Senator from Johnson.
Please continue.
Thank you. I know that she and I both serve on the Joint Committee on Child Welfare, and I know that this issue has come up before, fraudulently using the EBT card, the food stamp card, sharing it with others. I know that we've talked about perhaps from the federal level or even our state level of putting a picture on the EBT card. And I was wondering if the gentlelady from Johnson knows where we're at on that particular issue to prevent fraudulent use of sharing the card and that EBT number by placing the person's picture on the card. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, Madam Chair, I do not.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Madam Chair, would the senator be interested in looking into that moving forward?
Senator from Johnson.
I feel that's completely separate from this bill and what the Inspector General is allowed to do, but I'd be happy to visit with the senator at some point regarding this issue.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Madam Chair, thank you. Appreciate that response. But again, this issue continuously comes up of fraudulent use of those who just need food. And right now, the amount that some of those individuals receive are so low until they still have to go to the food pantries to provide for their families. And so to prevent this particular issue of fraudulently use of EBT cards where you just get food stamps, perhaps we should look at that identification a little better in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand under current law that the duties of the Inspector General already have access to Medicaid, Medicaid, and CHIP programs, but this legislation is expanding that so that they have some authority to investigate on the state employee health benefits plan. So are they going to go through any of our medical records of any of our state employees?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
They are not.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Can you show me in the legislation where it shows that these individuals are protected and their medical information is not going to be, going through the Inspector General and just kind of a free-for-all to see what kind of care I'm receiving, what kind of illnesses that I may have or medications that I'm taking?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I certainly can. As a matter of fact, I introduced that amendment myself for anyone who might be concerned about that very issue. It appears several times, but one time in particular is on the top of page 6. No healthcare provider shall be compelled under the provisions of this section to provide individual medical records of patients.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So if the client is on an assistance program, they can go through the medical records. That's what I'm reading in this amendment. So it is allowing that loophole.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
It says state health assistance program, and the state health assistance program would be Medicaid and CHIP. And the way that they look at a provider's billing, it would be in the aggregate as to, it would flag it if there were too many people that are offering. So they do this already, but if too many people are doctors, for example, a doctor was prescribing lots of medical devices, let's say, and they would ask to see on the aggregate the names of those patients could be withheld to see which patients he is saying that he wrote these prescriptions for these medical devices. And often when that person is caught, then they can see that that he doesn't have enough people that actually receive the devices.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. As I'm reading the language of your amendment, it is actually not stating that. It is saying that if those clients are, so if I am on the state program and I'm not receiving assistance, they do not have access to my medical records. But if I do receive assistance, they are eligible to get into my medical records.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Again, they can do that now as far as looking for Medicaid fraud. On the federal level, they do that with Medicare, but it's particularly resulting from a billing problem having to do with the provider.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you again, but there's nothing in the language that says that they cannot access my diagnosis, medication that I'm receiving. So I am concerned. The senator from Wyandotte talked about, the growth of government and continuing. I think our Attorney General's office has the largest growth in the history of Kansas for new employees, but that's a different issue. But again, this is something that we already have access to. We can do these things. The Inspector General can already prosecute and do this within the current confines of our system in place. So by supporting this bill, we are growing government. We are adding more employees to our state finances, and we are again kind of opening up a loophole so that the Inspector General and possibly our Attorney General can have access to our medical records. So I stand in opposition.
Senator from Johnson, you wish to respond? Are there any other questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And this is for the senator from Johnson. Can you share, is it clear in the bill whether there is information that's supposed to be provided by the Inspector General about summary of their investigations, but will it be clear whether this is actually new investigations, or are these just going over what DCF is already doing?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossett.
As we heard in testimony in committee, and Senator Petty sits on the committee, we heard that oftentimes they are the same people. They might be on Medicaid, they may be receiving cash assistance, they might be receiving food assistance, so to be able to look at the whole picture.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for that, but my question was, how will we as a governing body, if this legislation did go into effect, how we would know whether those new additional positions, 5 positions, and that almost $800,000 additional state dollars that are being expended are actually doing anything, or whether this is just using what's being done by the Department of Children and Family. I find it difficult to, within the bill, to know whether the Inspector General will actually be providing any new information or just what is already being done.
Senator from Johnson.
Madam Chair, the senator might remember that we added a sunset in the bill as an amendment for that very purpose, to give the opportunity to evaluate.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I did appreciate the sunset being added, but that's still, if others are actually looking at the bill, that still does not show that there's anything new that would be coming from the Inspector General's office, except the fact that he would be auditing things that are already being audited.
Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask this question again because I found some language in the bill that concerned me when we were in caucus. It probably just needs to be corrected through an amendment, but on page 2 of the bill, Madam Chair, would you look at that? Under health assistance, line 11, the definition says the Medicaid program, the state children's health insurance program, and the state employee health benefits plan. So that does include all of us in this body. So I am concerned about that.
Senator from Johnson, would you like to respond?
The fact that they are looking for fraud in all of those areas is what prompted the amendment. And what I specifically ask of the revisers was, and this is what they brought forward, which states that unless they get state assistance, which they're allowed to do already, the health state assistance, that no provider is compelled to provide any information, any personal information, anything of that nature of the individual state employees.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that, but it's still in the definition that they can look at our medical records. Anybody, any state employee who has membership in the state employee health benefits plan. That's the part that I think needs to be clarified, because yes, the amendment is in the body of the bill, but the definitions still reflect the state health insurance plan as a part of that. That's my only concern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Johnson, you'd like to respond?
Yes, just a moment.
Okay. Senator from Johnson.
I just clarified with the revisor that the definition just says the groups that they may investigate the provider. But then this clarifies in the amendment that the provider does not, anybody who is not a client of a state health assistance program, that they would not be compelled to provide any information. So it can't be they're trying to prove themselves to say, no, I did have this many that bought the medical devices. They would have to show that in the aggregate without any names of any individual's health program or records.
Other questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 488 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. As amended, please.
Senate Bill 488 as amended favorably for passage,
All right.
Madam
All in
Chair.
favor say aye. Opposed, no. Chairs and down. Chairs in it out. Like to have a division here. So all those in favor, please stand. You may sit. All those opposed, please stand. A vote of 22 to 11. Motion carries. So. Okay, since we're trying to manage our break, we are going to pass over multiple bills and move down to House Bill 2501. Chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to adopt the committee report.
I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe 3415 is one of about 6,800 Pacific-class locomotives built, but only one of a handful operating today. It is also the only operational steam locomotive in the state of Kansas. I want to start out by thanking Representative Hill and the students from St. Andrews Elementary's 5th grade class in Abilene for bringing this to us. This is the naming of a state steam locomotive and also the naming of a state heritage railway. The 1919 steam locomotive is a tribute to the industrial might and engineering of the early 1900s and a tribute to the volunteers who came to Abilene, Kansas and moved it from Eisenhower Park to the current railway. The Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe has some ties that run very deep here in Kansas, not only because of its Kansas-based railway ownership, but because it spent its career moving passengers and freight from Chicago through Kansas City and Amarillo at speeds of up to 80 miles an hour. It operated over 1.8 million miles before it was retired from service and given to the city of Abilene in 1953. The declaring of the 3415 as a state steam locomotive will forever highlight the importance of steam locomotives in building Kansas and assist in winning competitive grants to keep the railroad running. With that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Saline? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports House Bill 2501 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. This time we'll turn our attention to House Bill 2590. Chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This was requested by the KCC. HB 2590 would increase the maximum penalties that can be assessed for a violation of the Kansas pipeline safety regulations. The per-day penalty would be increased from $25,000 to $200,000. Additionally, the maximum civil penalty that could be assessed would be capped at $2 million, up from $1 million, for a given series of violations. The KCC provided proponent testimony and stated that the change in penalty maximums is necessary to conform with the Federal Natural Gas Pipeline Safety Act, and it will allow the state to continue using its own pipeline safety program instead of the program administered by the Federal Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety Administration. There's no fiscal impact on the agency. There's no opponents. And it was also unanimous recommendations of the Utilities Committee and went through the House at 117 to 2. I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Butler? Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciated the explanation and the work that the committee did. So my understanding is because these are maximum penalties, they will not necessarily increase any penalties. But if there were a significant concern, this would be available and would match those federal requirements.
Senator from Butler?
No comment. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, you may make your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2590 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll stand at ease. This time we'll turn our attention to House Bill 2703. Chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I can go right to explaining the bill. What this bill does is if a child enters one of our public schools that is in foster care, they are considered to be eligible for receiving at-risk services. That means at-risk funding can be used to provide additional services for that child. This is a bill that was brought originally to the House by Representative Estes. We had a hearing. There were no opponents. There were all proponents for this bill. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Miami? Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just because I don't understand all the way that education funding works, would this provide any additional funds for those schools if there were now students who meet qualifications for this at-risk funding.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This does not provide additional funds, but what it does do is allows this child to receive those additional services. It also heightens that need when a foster child is put into a new school building or a new school district for them to be identified as a foster child. Right now, there are 11 different criteria for what is eligible for at-risk, including not working at academic grade level, not meeting the requirements necessary to move on to the next grade, having been in high rate of absenteeism, homeless or migrant, identified as an English language learner. We even included dyslexia on this list several years ago, but because so many of these criteria fit a child that is in foster care, we thought it was important to have that clearly identified as they should be receiving those services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that it is a very logical addition. I hope that if those students were counted, that there in fact would be an increase in the at-risk funding for that district. Thank you.
Senator from Miami.
I will just remind the body that at-risk funding is a proxy funding. It's based on parents, or in this case, foster parents, filling out the paperwork where they are clearly identified as being eligible for free or reduced lunch.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the senator from Miami.
Please continue.
What safeguards are in place to not place that stigma or embarrassment on that child? So as they are identified, how exactly is that handled?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that question. Well, I'm going to tell you something. Unfortunately, we have too many of our kids that are eligible for at-risk services that are not receiving them at this time. Early in the session, we had a hearing about the legislative post-audit and exactly how funding was being used for at-risk children. We had a prior legislative post-audit in 2019. What we found is that, we'll use an example, if a school district, this is district-wide, has an at-risk population that makes up 40% of the student body, what they were using that money for was to pay 40% of teacher salaries and benefits. The law clearly states that at-risk funds are to provide services for the children that fit the criteria. They are to receive services above and beyond. So this would include, it could be mental health services, it could be reading remediation if they are found to be perhaps several levels behind. So it would be those additional services. Included as acceptable expenses are before school, after school, summer programs, and all kinds of enrichment programs for the students. So there's not a stigma. I would say our problem right now is the kids aren't receiving those additional services above and beyond.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Madam Chair, thank you. So those services, they would include extracurricular activities. We know that when kids are involved in school, they are less likely to join a gang because everybody wants to be involved in something. So I know in my district, the old Southeast High School was in my district, and now it's further out. It's in the good senator from the District 30, Senator Erickson's district, and I have taken kids out there before. I felt like I was going out of town, Madam Chair, but would that include those extracurricular activities? Would that include like an additional activity bus for those who would want to stay in state after school for other activities.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would be up to the district to provide those services, but we certainly encourage that because we do know, be it Boys and Girls Club, be it any type of extracurricular activity, the child is more likely to thrive and to make connections with peers as well as supervisors, advisors, teachers, if given that opportunity.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking for my bill number, and now I see it. I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports House Bill 2703 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Lynn, do you wish to be recognized? Are you ready for a bill, or you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an announcement. I have the Senate Tax Committee will meet in room 144 at noon. Room 144. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're done. Right? Okay. Chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Madam Chair, I'd yield to the senator from Sherman.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Ways and Means Conference Committee will conference on Senate Bill 28, the budget, upon midday recess of the second chamber in 548 South. Thank you.
Majority Leader from Cali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements, further announcements? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Democrats will caucus at 1:30 p.m. in our regular room, 287 North.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Republicans will caucus at 1:30 in room 548. And I move the Senate recess until 2:30 p.m.
One more announcement. Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Commerce Committee will meet tomorrow, Tuesday at noon in 546 South. Thank you.
Very good. You've heard the motion from the majority leader. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The Senate is recessed. The Senate will come to order. On a point of personal privilege, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you very much. Today, I have the privilege of recognizing somebody very special that has joined us in the Senate chamber. Katie Sowers is a current resident of Senate District 8, but she is a native-born Kansan reared in the Mennonite community of Heston. But her name may sound familiar for a lot of other reasons. And Katie, go ahead and stand up. Katie began playing football when she was 8 years old. She later attended Heston College, Goshen College, and the University of Central Missouri, and graduated with a master's degree in kinesiology. She played basketball while at Goshen with 4 years as captain. While at Goshen, she began playing football for the West Michigan Mayhem and then the Kansas City Titans through the Women's Football Alliance. During her time with the Titans, Katie was a member of the United States Women's National American Football Team that won the 2013 Women's World Championship. By 2016, a hip injury forced her to retire from the game, but she was able to become a wide receivers coaching intern with the Atlanta Falcons in the NFL. Then in 2017, she moved to the San Francisco 49ers. During her first season, the 49ers won the NFC Championship, making her the first female and first openly gay coach in a Super Bowl. She was then hired as a full-time assistant coach. Prior to the 2021 NFL season, Katie joined the coaching staff of our own Kansas City Chiefs. She left the NFL in October of 2021 after being appointed to the Director of Athletic Strategic Initiatives at Ottawa University. At Ottawa, along with her twin sister Liz, she coaches the women's flag football team, which has won 3 NAIA championships. Coach Sowers was recently featured as part of the Elizabeth Dole Women in Leadership Lecture Series, which features women who break barriers, make significant contributions to their fields, and reach positions of leadership. With her immense talent, we are likely to see her continue her winning ways wherever she goes in the future. And she has shown us that, quote, you don't need a certain chromosome to be able to teach football. She is joined today by her mom, Bonnie, wave to us, Bonnie, who recently still lived in Heston, but is now in Lenexa. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Katie and her mom.
Well, all I can say is just wow. Congratulations. Welcome to the Senate. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2731, 2829, House Bill 2830, and 2831. House Bill 2731, an act concerning education. 2829, an act concerning veterans and military. 2830, an act concerning veterans and military. And 2831, an act concerning veterans and military.
We will now return to the Committee of the Whole with Senator McGinn in the chair.
We are now ready for House Bill 2749, and at this time, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2749 just amends the reporting requirements for abortions that are reported and can performed in Kansas. Need to understand that the facilities currently, by regulation, already submit a report through the KDHE annually. This just asks that that report be done biannually, and it adds a couple of questions to be asked of the patient. There were amendments to this bill, but before we go to those, let me just explain that there were initially 16 options that were given as to why a woman might have had an abortion, and 5 of those were taken out by the House side and their amendment, so there are 11 options that are left. You'll see other options in the bill or other questions in the bill. Most of these are already asked, but that's just in regulation as opposed to statute, so this just puts those questions into statute. I have here before me just consent forms that are sent out or available online for a woman who's going to be having an abortion. It asks for abortion consent forms, how to print the forms. It also asks for surgical consent forms, provider patient history, and the woman can answer all of these in the patient portal. Also, they ask, or it mentions reasons for abortion. It says women choose to have abortions for many reasons. Some feel they're too young for the responsibilities of parenthood. Some are not in a stable relationship or worrying about being a single parent. Some cannot afford a child or do not want their life's goals interrupted. Some are concerned they will not be a good mother. Some pregnancies involve an unhealthy fetus or one with lethal abnormalities. Other pregnancies are complicated by maternal medical conditions. Many of these life decisions can be postponed for a period of time, but one decision that cannot wait for long is the difficult decision about whether or not to continue a pregnancy. This is available online from several of the abortion clinics, and this one happens to be Center for Women's Health. Then a report similar to this one is submitted to the Kansas Health Department, and it asks patient's ID number, age of their last birthday, marital status, resident, Hispanic origin, if Hispanic, county, etc. So those are the questions that you see as part of the bill, just putting those in statute. Part of the amendments that were added on the House side was changing the name woman to patient. They also removed rankings, so currently they're just asking the woman to rank what was the reason for which you were having the abortion, to be able to understand abortions better and to be able to assist these women to understanding why women are seeking abortions. So there were no additional rankings like what would you pick second or third. It's just asking for what would you consider your strongest reason. Then I mentioned that they remove the 5 factors, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some questions for the senator from Johnson.
Please continue.
Can she identify the purpose of collecting the survey answers and providing the other information in the report?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, what was given in testimony, Madam Chair, was that the understanding of women's reasons for having abortions can inform public debate and policy regarding abortion and unwanted pregnancy. Demographic changes over the last 2 decades highlight the need for a reassessment of why women decide to have an abortions.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what would the policy, what are some policy changes that the senator from Johnson might see? Would we limit the reasons that individuals could choose to have an abortion?
Senator from Johnson.
There was no discussion of any limiting. The discussion was more about, we always want data, and it would be interesting to know, or good for the department to know, how many women were choosing abortion because they couldn't financially pay for the child, or perhaps they were being forced to, and who was forcing them. This is something we should probably know. Maybe we could help those women better.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was concerned because there was a comment made when this was discussed in the House, that this bill was not taken lightly. We just want to have more information, make sure we're making the right decision for these women. And I just want to make sure that we're not trying to influence a woman's right to choose. So another question for the senator from Johnson. Why is the information being requested biannually rather than annually?
Senator from Johnson.
The proponents were saying that this would give additional information because by doing it, the way in which they do it annually is always after we're out of session. It's old information by the time it gets to us.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was there any discussion that the legislature could identify the dates for getting the information so that it came at an appropriate time if it's done annually, rather than requiring these facilities to submit an extra report?
Senator from Johnson.
I can't speak for the House side. There was no discussion in the Senate committee.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think there were no amendments made in the Senate to this bill?
Senator from Johnson.
There were no Senate, I mentioned the amendments on the House side. There were no amendments on the Senate committee side.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Throughout the bill, as the senator explained, the change was made from referring to a pregnant woman to referring to a patient. Is there a reason for that change?
Senator from Johnson.
Again, that was done on the House side. I do not know the reason.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hoping the committee chair or the committee members might have asked. I'm concerned that it might leave these facilities more open to HIPAA violations if we're talking about patients and not pregnant women. And then looking at the individual selections for what you could say was most important to you, some of those ask about abuse. Why is the question about abuse limited to abuse by a husband or partner? Is there a reason we wouldn't want to know about abuse by a grandparent or a guardian?
Senator from Johnson.
I only know that under current regulations, it says, was there ever a report of physical, mental, or emotional abuse or neglect, yes or no? This is just asking for more information.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Both those things are being asked. They're still going to be reporting the emotional abuse, physical, mental, or emotional abuse or neglect, but then they're also being asked if that's a priority for them or their highest priority in seeking an abortion. I'm concerned that some of these patients will be children, and children are less likely to have a husband or a partner, and it would be important to have a way for them to identify if that's a concern. Does the senator know if the facility would become a mandatory or would be a mandatory reporter if the answers or their most important reason was that this was the result of rape or this was the result of incest?
Senator from Johnson.
My understanding of that requirement to be a reporter would be for medical facilities, teachers, et cetera. So I would say yes. I know that they still have that on the form for regulations to that be asked.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If someone doesn't want to report a rape, then they're going to pick a different reason. So we may not be getting accurate information. Just as in any survey, you don't always get accurate information. So the one question that kind of was concerning me was at the bottom of page 2, lines 42, 43, and then just finishing up on the top line on page 3. It says, the report shall include the number of times a patient seeking an abortion was asked about the reasons listed and declined to answer. Is there an expectation that that question would be answered more than once?
Senator from Johnson.
Potentially, I know that currently under regulation, they ask how many other abortions a woman has had and if there were how many live births and previous pregnancies.
Senator from Johnson, or Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, this question is asking the number of times a patient seeking an abortion was asked about the reasons. How many times are you asking them if you have enough or too many children, or asking them if they do not have enough support? How many times are you going back to them with that same question?
I think it would mean if I apologize, Madam Chair. If they were coming back, let's say for a subsequent time or for another abortion, ask if they were asked about these questions, but of course the woman can decline.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the number that we probably want to see in the report is the number of times patients seeking abortions decline to answer these, so that you know that half of the people that you're asking don't answer them, or a third or 2/3, not how many times each patient is asked. The way this is written, you would have to keep records of those answers for every question or for every patient. I did talk briefly to the revisor about this.
Senator from Johnson.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what the question is of me.
Is there a question, Senator from Douglas, or just a comment?
That was a comment that I don't think this, what they're asking for in the report is actually the information that they want. I don't think anybody wants to know the number of times each individual person was asked this. I think they would like to have a summary, and so that's probably not giving us the information that we wanted. Then on page 3, it talks about other information that the report shall include. And is this the information that the senator was referring to that has been moved from statute to, moved from rules and regs to statute?
Yes.
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who is supposed to be collecting this information? On the other part, it was clearly indicated that the patient shall be asked. How is the information required in this report obtained?
Senator from Johnson.
Nothing would be changed. They already submit a report. They're not told how they need to get the information at all from the department as well. So it could be by paper, it could be handing it to the individual. It'd be like the example that I gave. It's available on the portal for them to answer the questions. And then those are compiled into a report and aggregated.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's being asked whether in the 30 days prior to an abortion, and I think they mean to say seeking an abortion because at this time, the abortion hasn't happened yet, whether the patient received services, financial assistance, or other assistance from a nonprofit organization that supports pregnant women. Why is this report excluding the question of asking if an individual received financial assistance in obtaining an abortion?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. I don't quite understand the question as to, because it's clear the patient received services, financial assistance, excluding financial assistance in obtaining an abortion or other assistance from a nonprofit organization that supports pregnant women? I think that question's pretty clear.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we're on page 3, lines 11 through 14. The question is clear, but it also clearly excludes asking any information about if an individual or a patient received financial assistance in obtaining an abortion. So one of the things we're talking about is it difficult for women to afford an abortion? Why do we want to know if this is not a financial hardship for them?
Senator from Johnson.
I can't answer that question. I can only say that, they may select that as that's the number one reason why they sought an abortion, is they had difficulty, would see difficulty paying for the child. I don't know as far as paying for the abortion.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is not part of the survey. This is other information we're collecting from every individual. And I don't object to finding out if the patient received help from a nonprofit organization to support pregnant women. But I'd also think it might be important to know if they needed financial assistance to obtain an abortion.
Senator from Johnson. Yep.
I don't have an answer to that. I suppose that would be fine if somebody wanted to add that as an amendment to include that data in the questionnaire.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just asking because it's specifically excluded. And so my understanding is that the senator from Johnson does sell insurance. Are there optional riders available to purchase insurance for an abortion?
Senator from Johnson.
I write for Medicare clients, group clients, and individual policies. And on the ACA, there are it's not part of your health insurance plan unless it would be in a medical emergency.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was some years ago that the legislature limited what insurance could cover and required that you had an optional rider. For 4 or 5 years after that, I used to always go up to Legislative Administrative Services and ask if I could get an optional rider, and they never could find one for me. So that's why I ask, is there a problem in terms of financial, needing financial help on this? And then, Madam Chair, we have 2 situations. This is in the bill referring on lines 15 and 16 and on lines 19 through 22. They're asking whether the patient reported having experienced domestic violence in the last 12 months, if they've reported it. But we don't say reporting to whom, we just say reporting. So if you reported it to your friend, does that count?
Senator from Johnson.
I can only refer to KSA 38-2223, which is where the regulation sits. It says, was a report of physical, mental, or emotional abuse or neglect filed? Yes or no?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was talking about lines 15 through 16 that talked about whether the patient reported having experienced domestic abuse, and that's limited to the prior 12 months. I'm contrasting that with a report of physical, mental, or emotional abuse or neglect that is specifically pursuant to KSA 38-2223, but there's no timeline. So this doesn't say, is it just in the past year? This could be any time during your life so far. So I think what we're asking in those 2 items that we're wanting reports are very different, and it would be nice to be a little more consistent about a timeline and having specific identification of who you're reporting to or pursuant to a regulation. I think that's helpful in reporting physical, mental, or emotional abuse. But then again, that's the one that doesn't have a timeline. So I actually appreciate some of the amendments that were made in the House. I'm concerned that no amendments were made in the Senate because this still seems very invasive, asking a medical provider to report on much more than their services, and that we don't need to have this information biannually. We only need to have it come in at a time when it's fairly recent for the legislature to review. So I would hope that the other members of the legislature agree this is not going to be helpful, and we should vote down this bill. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, would you like to respond? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
And thank you. If the carrier would answer a question, I believe she said that this was current rules and regulations and just putting this in statute. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, some of these are regulations that are being put into statute, yes.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So having a baby would interfere with a patient's education, employment, or career. Is that currently asked?
Senator from Johnson.
It is not. It is asked, what is your level of education?
So the patient cannot afford a child?
Senator from Johnson.
Sorry, the patient cannot afford a child.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
No, I think you're asking from the first 11 questions where they answer what's the most important reason why you're having the abortion.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I'm just asking, I was told that these questions were already in rules and regulations and we were just trying to put them in statute. So I will ask, is the third question, the patient already has enough or too many children? Is that currently on the questionnaire?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Again, I think there's some misunderstanding. I never said all of these questions were currently in regulation. I was saying some of these questions are in regulation, but they're just being added to statute. The questions that are on page 2 are where you give your reason or asking the patient to give a reason as to what was the major reason for you seeking an abortion. Those would be added to the questions.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I think the peanut of this bill is asking those reporting questions, and none of those are currently in rules and regulations. What is currently asked is how many abortions were provided, the age, if they were in state or out of state, and their race and their education level. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
All of those are correct. You left off marital status, if they are resident of the country or of their U.S. state. And then their ancestry, race, and if they are Hispanic, of what Hispanic origin, last date of menses. So there are several other questions beyond the ones that you just mentioned.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So I would say all of those reporting questions are not in statute and they are invasive to a woman, or to a woman. So how will this data be used? Who will have access to it? And will it be posted online or made otherwise accessible to public?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
As is stated in the bill, it will be added to the report to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and could also be available, but again, remember, it's in aggregate, to the legislature as it is now.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
And how will this information actually help pregnant people?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Well, just as we know with KDHE and other information that they collect about pregnant women, we know that about half of pregnancies, babies are delivered through Medicaid. They collect all kinds of data. Any kind of data is going to help us to understand a woman who makes that very difficult decision.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I would say this is not going to help connect women to resources. It's going to be state mandated collection of deeply personal and intrusive data that is not going to help connect patients to resources. If a patient reports that they're not having access to safe, affordable housing, so how does this bill address housing for them?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
How does it affect housing for them?
That was the question.
I thought that was the question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't answer that question. I have no idea.
Senator for Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I will answer the question. It does nothing for that. The underlying aim of this bill is to harass abortion patients and providers with invasive questioning and reporting with the ultimate end goal of eliminating abortions in Kansas, period. That's what this does. The list of reasons are a list of issues that anti-choice advocates are aware that Kansans, particularly pregnant Kansans, are facing, including lack of access to and cost of adequate health care, child care, domestic and sexual violence and abuse, and lack of social supports. The difference between eliminating unplanned pregnancies and abortions, if that is the goal to help pregnant Kansans, the bill would require these questions be asked of all pregnant patients to determine what issues cause their unplanned pregnancies. But it would still have the same problem in that it doesn't actually address or resolve any of those issues. So if the bill sponsors were genuine in seeking to support Kansans, they would focus on policies which reduce unintended pregnancies, support pregnant Kansans, and support Kansas families. So I don't have the Senate, but on the House side, there were 4 proponents of this bill and 22 opponents. One of those who supported the bill is flagged as a domestic terrorist and a hate group. Their CEO is known saying, birth control pill was a mistake. So the underlying reason for this legislation is to do away with women's rights. So we do already have data. I've been told that we need to collect this data. Domestic violence and abuse in 2022, there were 22,233 reported incidents of domestic violence, according to a report by the KBI. Intimate partner violence is the most prevalent among women of reproductive age. In Kansas, the average victim of a female is between the ages of 20 and 34. One domestic violence homicide was reported every 10 days, 10 hours, 17 minutes, and 11 seconds. And KBI released a report annually which includes comprehensive data on domestic violence in the state and has since 1990. So what have we done with that data? If the carrier were to answer that question.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
What have we done with data from 1990? Was that the question?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
We have been collecting data since 1990. The most recent that I reported to you was in 2022. What have we done with that data?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I cannot answer. I don't know what has been done with that data.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I would say we've done nothing with that. But policies which restrict abortion result in more pregnant women being forced to carry unwanted pregnancies, potentially keeping them in contact with their violent partners. So what could we be doing? Have we increased access and affordability to contraception?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I'm sorry, I'm not ever sure if it's rhetorical or an actual question of me. I know that birth control pills are available, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
And what have we done in the legislature to increase access and affordability of contraception?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
We have not blocked women from having access to any of those pills or devices.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So I would say we have done nothing to increase access. What about advancing policies to provide age-appropriate comprehensive sex education in our K-12 schools?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Access has always been there for a very long time, for as long as I can remember.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Again, I would say actually we have decreased the access to it. So expenses associated with pregnancy. I mean, I was told that this legislation is just to help pregnant women. So what is the average cost giving birth in Kansas? Do you know what that number is?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Well, there are so many ways to answer that question because it depends on your insurance policy, your deductible. Are you paying cash? Are you using a birthing center? Are you using a midwife? There are a lot of different answers to that question.
Senator from Johnson, just keep in mind this is about reporting of pregnancies, so I think we're starting to leave the stall. So if you could stay focused, please, on the bill.
I would be
Senator
happy.
from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it is important because this is on the bill. We're told that asking these questions and reporting of this, of just people who are trying to get an abortion, is going to help us produce better policies, but nothing that we have access to currently about the cost of giving birth, about the child care costs, that Kansas is the 17th highest uninsured rate among the states of Kansas who are uninsured, Medicaid expansion. These are all policies options that we could be doing to make things better. But instead, we are talking at legislation, which the proponents of this legislation are on the record of saying that they have already stated that the birth control pill was a mistake, and they are on the trajectory to reverse that. So I stand in opposition of this bill, and I think it is a farce that we are saying this is what we're passing so that we can address good policy, because we have the data, we have the information, and we choose not to use it.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
No.
Are there any other questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will close by saying there are some privacy concerns currently because in a fundraiser, there was a statement from Planned Parenthood Great Plains. Its HIPAA policy stated, and I quote, "Fundraising activities read, we may use your health information about you to contact you in our effort to raise money for our not-for-profit operations." This is just merely asking additional questions to the report that is already given, Madam Chair, and any of this data will be helpful to know why women in general would make these very difficult decisions. And with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 2749 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on, we will be passing over 254. We will temporarily pass over 532. We will be passing over Senate Bill 249, and we are now ready for Senate Bill 386. To explain the bill and adopt the conference or the committee report, Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 386 is the bill that directs school districts and how we will count students' head count for the school year. The way in which it is written is that we will allow, since this next school year will be open enrollment, it will be enrollment, we will count current year head count for not only kindergarten, but all grades, or the school district can do a one-year look back. With the one-year look back, that would also include current year for all pre-K and kindergarten. I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Miami? Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Would the carrier of the bill stand for question?
You will.
Thank you. So how does this impact a school that closes a building?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did have a component about the head count for a district that had a building that they closed. That was taken out in committee. And so, again, it would be the school district would either take enrollment count for the current year or the year prior.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That's very helpful. I had a school district from central Kansas call me and had grave concern of the language, so I'm glad the committee took it out. Thank you.
Other questions for the Senator from Miami? The Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick. Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the carrier of the bill could remind me, excuse me, in committee, did they hear from USD 259 in Wichita?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we heard specifically from the Wichita School District.
Senator from Sedgwick.
I did. I heard a lot. I heard that with just the allowance for a bridge year, just 1 year, because they have 2-year contracts with their teachers, it would be far, far simpler for them to do it. I wonder if that came up in committee.
Senator from Miami.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I don't understand. I am absolutely familiar with the 2-year contract. I don't understand the question.
I'd like to rephrase your question, Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, this is set up to be annual reporting, as I recall, and an annual thing, at any rate.
Report.
A report, okay. And there was a request that I heard a lot about, and I'm surprised that it didn't come up in committee. I thought it had, that for at least 1 2-year segment to allow for the adjustment period, that be part of the initial phase of this implementation.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what the senator is referencing is that there would actually be a 2-year look back. If that's the case, that is what is in practice right now. Last year, what was passed out of this body as well as the House, the bill that went to the governor as far as school funding had current year or 1-year look back. That was vetoed, and so it was discussed with regard to, did they need an extra year to know about it? This year was that extra year. That was part of what was discussed. I would also share that I met with representatives from USA, which is the United Superintendents Association, and asked them if they had given some consideration to some other alternatives. One of them I suggested was that they do an average of the 2 prior years. They requested a run and came back a week later and said that wasn't enough funding. And that was their position at the time.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, I'm not on that committee, and I'm not as well versed with the details of how that all works. But I can tell you that for sure, the largest school district in the state is being put in a bind because of this legislation. Thank you.
Chair, yes, would you like to respond, Senator?
I certainly would. So any school district that has a reduction in funding is because they have a reduction in students. So I believe what the good senator was making reference to with regard to Wichita, USD 259, they have experienced a significant loss of enrollment. So when you have a loss of enrollment, you will have a reduction in funding because the students aren't in the seats, is how we refer to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's time the chair recognizes the senator from Clouds, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have turned it in, and its number is 3259.
Okay, let's wait and get it dispersed. Senator, would you like to explain it or have it read?
I'll explain it, Madam Chair. Thank you. So as a reminder to us, current school funding is determined by the enrollment count on September 20th from either of the prior 2 years, whichever is higher. This is critically important for schools with declining enrollment because it allows them to gradually adjust to decreasing enrollments without suffering significant and abrupt loss of funding. As their chairwoman just told us, SB 386 changes enrollment funding from preceding 2 years to current year enrollment or immediately preceding year enrollment. This change absolutely benefits growing school districts, but it harms our declining urban and rural school districts. This amendment would keep the current year enrollment count that helps these growing school districts, but it would also, and for just 1 year, allow schools to use the average of the preceding 2 years of enrollment counts. The amendment is important because it would help declining enrollment schools bridge the funding gap caused by this sudden statutory change, providing them a 1-year off-ramp to prepare for the future of lost funding. I heard from my school districts back home, and they've told me about declining enrollment, and this is the other thing they told me. Their biggest concern with this bill is the timing. The school year is almost over, and school districts are already deep into their budgeting process for 24-25 school year. They are hiring teachers for the next school year. Passing such a significant change late in spring does not provide local school boards, particularly those with declining enrollments, with enough time in the budget cycle to adjust to the loss of funds. As a point of information, most schools with declining enrollments are rural or urban cores, and their enrollment loss is a result of an aging population. They have fewer kindergartners enrolling than they have seniors graduating. There are just fewer school-age kids. There are 2 recent examples of districts closing schools that have closed buildings, resulting in schools leaving for another district. This loss of students is a rarity and does not represent the normal loss of students experienced by school districts. Of the 8 districts that closed buildings last year, their students stayed in the district and just moved to a different building. After researching, Prairie Hills, USD 113, Sabetha Wetmore, and Central Plains, USD 112, Wilson Claflin, are the schools that closed buildings and saw students leave their district. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Cloud? Chair recognizes the senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, so is the choice current year, prior year, or the 2-year average? Or is it just current year or the 2-year average?
Senator from Cloud.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So the amendment keeps the current year enrollment count, but it would also, for just 1 year, allow schools to use the average of the preceding 2 years of enrollment counts.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Though we tried to get this bill in early, in fact, our hearing was back in January, so there wouldn't be any surprises. To me, since I did discuss the notion of a 2-year average with USA the very first day of session, so that would have been January 6th, I find that this amendment is up to the will of the body.
This time, Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, and I have a question for the senator from Cloud.
Please proceed.
Senator, I'm looking at your amendment. Then am I to understand then after 1 year, what does that revert back to?
Senator from Cloud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me confer just a moment. Thank you. Current year or prior year is the answer to that question.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So this would allow for this coming year to use either current year or an average of the last 2 years. And then after this 24-25 school year, then it would become current year or past year.
Senator from Cloud.
So current year, prior year, or the 2-year average.
Senator from Wyandotte.
That's what it would, okay, I guess I misspoke because I'm trying to understand what it, so your amendment allows for current year or an average of the last 2 years.
Senator from Cloud.
Yes, that is correct, Madam Chair.
And then could you say again to clarify after, if this amendment goes on, then for the 25-26 school year, then what would be the legislative policy?
Senator from Cloud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Current year and prior year.
Senator from
Thank you.
Wyandotte.
Current year or prior year? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick. Senator Fascadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have a question for the Senator from Cloud.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So in Wichita, USD 259 has some school closures as well. So would this amendment benefit this scenario? So, or I guess it depends on the answer to the Senator's response. So is this just for students moving to a different school in the same district or a new district?
Senator from Cloud.
Madam Chair, I'm going to yield to the Senator from Miami to answer that.
Miami.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It really depends on what's happening in the enrollment for the district. So it depends on what the decline is. It might be better for them they have to do the math. Is it better what last year's enrollment was, or is it better to have the average? Because if it might be that 2 years ago there was a decline and there's a brief bump up, which would be this year, and then next year it drops again. So in that case, they'd want to use the year prior. But if there's a steady decline, then they would want to use the average. So, Madam Chair, it really is very specific to each individual school district as to which choice works for them. But what I want the body to know is if you had 100 students that were attending School District A this year, and they moved to School District C next year, School District A is going to want to count them from the year prior. School District C is going to count those new kids that have come in. So we will still be paying duplicate for those kids that were once in one district and to the other. What we are trying to do with school funding, and the reason that we're trying to move to current year, prior year, so easing off of that 2-year look back, is we want the funds to go where the students actually are. So that is what's the background with the policy. It's to where the students actually are. Now, you know, we used to have a current year enrollment, but that caused some problems for school districts, but particularly it caused problems for the legislators to predict what the financial obligation would be. So this is a give and take in both ways. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Madam Chair, thank you. I really appreciate that response. This morning, I was watching a rerun of the USD 259 school board meeting, and our former colleague, Melody McCrae Miller, was saying that she didn't support their current package because of not having this information, exactly what the senator from Miami stated. So I appreciate the response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize Senator. Did you like to respond? I have one here. Huh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No response.
If the senator from Shawnee doesn't mind, but she's the first person I saw, so I think it's the chair's decision, but I will recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure I was up next, but I won't even go there on that. My question would be, what I heard in the early part of what you stated, one of the reasons why you need this is, in small school districts, you still have to prepare for these students to be there. You have to get staffing and prepare for that school year. And then if these kids leave halfway through or mid-course, you have that staffing. And this is one of the reasons why you need them funds. Is that correct?
Is a question for the senator from Cloud?
It is. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Senator from Cloud.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It is when they are preparing their budget so that they can proceed for the whole year. And with the timing of the laws that we pass here on how they put their budget together is very crucial. I do believe in giving them a choice of which one they would like to use, and giving them enough time to adjust their budget with their school board is really important. That's how I would respond to that, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a fiscal note, or do we know roughly, have we talked about this in the Education Committee, what this would cost?
Senator from Cloud. Would you like to refer to the senator from Miami?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an estimate, and that is that it would be an additional, sorry, this page, I don't have the front page on there. I think we thought it would be an additional $4.6 million.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't like to waste money, but I think this is probably a reasonable amendment for $5 million for, this great big state in the rural areas to, meet the needs of our rural areas. So me being from a larger community, I still believe Kansas as a whole is great, and we got to, take care of the smaller districts as well. And so I'm going to support this amendment, and I think it's a good use of the $5 million to make sure, if a school district gets a flux of kids, they're prepared to be able to educate them. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Cloud.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the senator's comments. As I was looking through our list of 40 senators, it's not only just the rural legislators, which I do have 31 school districts, and at least a third of them find themselves in this boat, and this amendment could help. But there are urban core areas that are listed as well. So it does help two different types of school districts. And like, again, I mentioned I was surprised about that being from a rural area, but I do see the value for both of those. And I would yield to the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm fully supportive of this amendment for a couple of reasons. First, we know that in growing school districts, and we have, I think we determined probably half of the school districts in Kansas are showing some growth. So being able to count current enrollment, as you get an influx of students moving into your district, you have to hire more staff, you have to prepare your classrooms, and just being able to count current enrollment is very beneficial for them. And as the senator from Johnson said earlier, we used to have that provision in our school finance formula, and that went away in 2017. So those of us, I've always been in a growing school district, so those of us who were superintendents in those districts, that some years we'd get 250 more students, that was very difficult to fund the staffing that we needed to take care of those additional families and their students. So the other piece of this, though, is that those districts that have declining enrollment will not have to abruptly figure out how they're going to manage losing $250,000 next school year. By averaging the two preceding years, it gives them just 1 year to make those adjustments and prepare going forward. It just softens that blow of losing that funding. And we do have a lot of districts in the state that are declining enrollment districts. They're primarily rural, but we have quite a few in the urban cores, as you've heard earlier. So I just think that we just need to think about those districts, help our growing districts, but not pound too hard on our declining enrollment districts. And I just think this amendment is very appropriate and support it. Thank you.
I'd like to yield back to the senator from.
I will yield back to the senator from Cloud.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the senator from Cloud on this amendment? Seeing none, you may make your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In closing, adoption of the amendment will not harm growing schools, but will provide the school boards of declining enrollment districts with a glide path that allows them a one-year period to make the appropriate staffing and budget adjustments. Making this change with less than a few months' notice puts locally elected boards in a dire situation. This amendment gives those who will be impacted the most time to adjust. And I move my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Are there any other questions for the senator from Miami? Are we stretching or are we seeking recognition? All right. Senator from Miami, you may make your close. I see no other senators wanting to be recognized.
I actually have a quick amendment.
Okay, go ahead. Please proceed.
The reviser reminded me of this. It is 3252.
Okay. Let's get a handout. Looks like a Francisco amendment, but would you like to have it read or explain it?
It is not a Francisco amendment.
I know, but it looks like one.
This is the reviser amendment. Somehow in the editing, the word year got taken out, and we're putting it back in.
Okay. Questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. I see no one else seeking recognition, so Senator from Miami, you may make your motion to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate that we had time to pass out. We didn't, before turnaround, have those runs to share with everybody, so you're able to get a better feel of how the school districts that you represent will be impacted. And I feel with the amendment that was put on, we have covered all the bases as far as trying to help school districts plan for this next year. Please remember that we have some very small school districts. We have 10 school districts that have less than 100 students. One school district only has 19 students. So the issues of what we're going to do as far as declining enrollment, that is not an issue that's going to go away with this legislation or even next year when we get to just current year and year prior. Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate Bill 386 as amended favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, I'm going to recognize the senator from Lynn for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's going to turn into an announcement, too. Okay. This morning, we thought that we were having the last tax committee at noon today. We thought that. And I would like to take a moment to recognize Senator Dan Kirshen. He thought it would be his last meeting, but we will be meeting again today. But for those of you guys that don't know, Senator Kirshen served as the tax chairman for a few years. He's been diligent on that committee. He's been amazing to work with. I wish I could clone him. He's been one of the best people that we've been able to have on the tax committee and in this body. And I would like to recognize him for all of his efforts as vice chairman and as the tax committee member.
We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2665. For the purpose of explaining the bill, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill comes to us over from the House at the request of a family in in Kansas who, unfortunately, their son was the victim of a hit and run and did not survive the accident. And lo and behold, when they looked at the law currently, it provided that when a person leaves the scene of the accident, having caused the accident, and they didn't stay either to render help or stay until law enforcement arrived and they could provide contact information for themselves and their driver's license and things like that, that currently injury to a person as a result of a hit and run currently is a Class A misdemeanor. And currently, if you cause great bodily harm to a person, it's a severity level 8 person felony. Now remember, in felonies, the lower the number, the closer to 9, the less severe the level of penalty is. So felony 1 is the highest level, and 9 is on the lower end there. So what this bill does is it helps fix the situation. And it provides that if the driver of a vehicle involved in an accident that causes the death of a person, and the driver knew or reasonably should have known that a person died in the accident, and you leave the scene, you shall now be, it will be a severity level 4 person felony rather than a 5. And in fact, if the accident has resulted in the death of more than one person and the driver knew or reasonably should have known of that the accident resulted in injury or death and you leave, it's a severity level 3. So what we're finding is oftentimes that perversely the law provides that it's sometimes drivers are motivated to leave the scene if they've been involved in using drugs rather than stay and render aid or stay until law enforcement arrives, that they're choosing to flee the scene rather than get charged with the drug crime. They would just be rather charged with leaving the scene of an accident. So this law, or this bill, if it were to be enacted, would help render the situation helped by you should stay and first of all render help. You knew or reasonably should have known that someone suffered serious bodily injury or death. Render aid, and then obviously stay until law enforcement arrives to provide some contact info. There weren't any opponents in committee to the bill, and the bill comes to us from the House on a vote of 120 to 0. So with that, Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick. Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, House Bill 2665, comes to us after a lot of hard work, a lot of emotions from a constituent of mine, Jill Ward, who lost her son Levi on Saturday, April 16th, 2022, at age 20. And so I just want to share a little bit about Levi because I do have an amendment. Levi was a graduate of Bishop Carroll Catholic High School, and on the 2017 state championship football team. He attended the University of Kansas and belonged to a fraternity and was the captain of the men's KU water ski team. Levi also worked for Cake News as a first alert storm tracker and storm chaser, and he had an unmatched energy level described by some of his friends as electric. Levi lived large. He lived the best times of his life in the weeks prior to his passing, witnessing to a KU men's basketball national championship and successfully chasing an EF2 tornado. And so that's why I think it's only fitting that we name this act after him, because at age 20, he had his whole life ahead of him. So, Madam Chair, I have an amendment, and it is RS 3788.
We'll wait and get it dispersed. Seems, announcement? Okay, please, go ahead. Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an announcement. The Tax Committee will meet at 4:15 in room 144. 4:15 at 144.
All right. The bill seems fairly short. Would you like to just explain it?
I would, Madam Chair, thank you. The amendment simply just states, this act shall be known as Levi's Law. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? You may make your motion.
Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, do you seek recognition? Okay, seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may make your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's only fitting that today this body shall be considering this bill brought to us by Levi Ward's family because he was killed Easter weekend 2022. So it's rather timely that this is the week that we are discussing this bill. It's clearly also supported by our Association of Chiefs of Police, Sheriff's Association, and peace officers as well. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2665 as amended favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, we will take a look at Senate Bill 427. For the purposes of explaining the bill, Chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 427 has to do with our school districts, and more specifically has to do with our school boards. There are several components to this particular bill. One component is that school board members, the names of the school board members as well as their contact email information would be provided on the school district as well as the Department of Education website. Another component of the bill authorizes local school board members to add discussion items to the category of new business at the school board meeting. And I know some folks are wondering, why are we doing this? It's because we have 286 school districts and 286 different school boards, and not all of them operate the same. And this is a request came to the legislature to resolve some of the issues. So it would allow school board members to add items to the category of new business. It also would allow for the school board to have an opportunity for members of the public to address the board at regular school board meetings. And I emphasize regular school board meetings, not those special meetings that go into executive session. Some of the testimony that was provided is that even the districts that do allow a public comment, school board members are prohibited from asking questions, even clarifying questions, and the testimony indicated that prolonged addressing issues, even those of that had to do with security on the school, within the school district. Another component is allowing school district boards of education to be permitted to appropriate monies from its general fund to pay for annual dues for not-for-profit organization. So currently in statute, only the Kansas Association of School Board membership for that is allowed. And this would allow for funds to go to pay for annual dues or to pay not-for-profit organizations for services. The last component is to allow school board members to have access to district property. Part of what was shared in the testimony was that school board members felt they had been prohibited to even be able to go to different buildings and to assess damage or areas that needed repaired or renovated. And so I will stand for questions. I do know that there is an amendment, but I don't see the carrier of the amendment here.
Well, we do have maybe a question.
We'll stand for questions.
Chair and Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Chair.
Mrs. Chair. Madam Chair, I appreciate it. This bill's near and dear to my heart, and the fact that I'm opposed to it. I'm going to tell you a story in a few minutes about some of the reasons why this bill is in front of us. But I'm going to tell you 3 reasons why I'm going to encourage you to not vote for this bill. The first has to do with any member being able to modify the agenda of any meeting. There's a process we have in this Senate that we saw today. When there's a member who wants to have something added to the agenda, the majority gets to vote and say, hey, is this the right thing to do or not? We don't allow just one member to add whatever they want to our agenda because there's a process there. There's a parliamentary procedure there. This bill would authorize any member to add any number of items to the order of new business in there. And I think the school boards, the local school boards, have the power to do that today in the sense that they have processes in place at each of the local school boards, and they can decide if they want to allow any individual member to add that in there. The second reason I would encourage you not to vote for this is that the idea of having mandatory open meetings with dialogue on all those meetings is, again, a local school board option that's available to them today. Mandating that across every single school board could cause a lot of chaos in those meetings. There's a lot of folks that do come for certain meetings, and if we think about our own processes to control the dialogue with our interested members of the public when they come in to talk about, say, Medicaid expansion or any number of other issues that can be quite volatile, these meetings can break out and be very chaotic, and this allows our local school board to have the policies about when are they going to allow public address of these different issues. I think we need to leave that power inside of the local school boards, and when those school board members are not performing in the way that the locals want, they can elect the new school board members to change that majority that would allow different processes like that if they feel it's fit. The third reason I'm going to encourage you not to vote for this particular bill has to do with, oh my goodness, I lost my train of thought. I get so passionate about this, is the idea of unfettered access. Sorry, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. When we think about school board members wanting to assess buildings, of course we want them to see the buildings, and they can arrange appointments to see the different buildings as they see fit. And I'm sure school boards that are allocating monies to those as a majority would allow their school board members to see those things that need to be fixed. But let me tell you that story I was telling you about. There's a national news article about my particular school district and a particular school board member that was in testifying on this today and helped bring this forward. And that school board member made national news because she and her colleague were taking pictures of rainbows on the walls, rainbows that children had drawn. And the report out from this particular school board member was that it was because the school was encouraging trans and LGBTQ or whatever kind of education by these teachers, and we're obviously encouraging rainbows on the wall. And it made national news. And these are the kinds of things where they want to come in to look at anything, and you might have a rogue, whether it's a very progressive or very conservative school board member that might not be in the majority, might come in and try and do different things to air lights in their own biased opinion and try and find evidence of exactly what they think is wrong at any point in time when there's somebody in the building. And there's a fear in my mind that they'll come in and sit in on these classes and badger certain teachers and put certain students at risk because of this unwanted publicity. I do stand against this. I think this is an overreach. I appreciate the chair for bringing this up and having the discussion, especially given that we do want our school board members to do the right thing. I don't think this bill does that. I think we are having a clear overreach of local control by imposing these policies on these local school boards where they have the power to do this themselves. And so, Madam Chair, I just stood up to say my vehement opposition to this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Miami, you wish to respond? Okay. Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to recognize my appreciation for some of the concepts in this bill, because predominantly the most important piece in this bill, in my opinion, as a father with kids in public school and as someone who attended public school myself, is how important it is for parents to have access and to be able to address their elected Board of Education. That is where the buck stops. That is where they have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that parents and children are heard and are provided the best education. And if they're not allowed to speak to their Board of Education, where else should they go? To someone who's on staff? How do we know if their issue is going to be addressed? And so I think we saw during COVID, a lot of school districts in the state, predominantly I think in the Northeast part of our state, and my school district, changed their policies. Why they changed their policies, I don't know. Maybe they didn't like parents complaining about policies that were being implemented on children. But it's not acceptable. That's why this legislation is so necessary, because in my school district, if a patron wants to speak to the board, they must submit a permission request, to get permission 2 school days prior to the monthly Board of Education meeting. That request is then discussed by the superintendent, the board president, whether or not that patron will be allowed to speak at the Board of Education meeting. Since when in our country are we going to not allow parents to address the very people who are responsible for educating their children? So I just wanted to first speak in strong support of that piece of the bill. On page 3 of the bill, I've heard some concerns back home regarding allowing board members to just enter any building, school building, at any time of the day. Some of my schools have staff working in them 24/7, custodial crews, cleaning, and so therefore the building would technically be open to staff. If you look at section 3 on page 3, talking about any time when such property is open to school district employees. So I have an amendment that I hope will tighten that language a little bit to ensure that those concerns are addressed. So my amendment is RS 3801.
Appears to be fairly short. Would you like to explain it?
Madam Chair, all I'm doing is tightening the words that on line 31 and 32 shall say that board members shall be allowed during school hours or when there are school or community activities on such property. This hopefully mitigates concerns that board members are going to be walking into school buildings at 2 in the morning.
Questions on the amendment? Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And would the Senator from Sedgwick stand for a question?
He will.
In your amendment, then now, I mean, if this amendment would go on, that the school board members would only have unlimited access during school hours or when there are school or community activities on this property.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Madam Chair, questions are to be directed towards the chair. You don't have to ask when senators are standing in the Senate. That is just a tradition that we do here. Is you just ask the question to the chair. And so to answer your question, Madam Chair, is this policy says members of the school board may access school district property, including any school building and attendance center, during school hours or when there are school or community activities on such property.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. As I'm looking at the chair, and I do not need to be reminded of the rules. Thank you very much, Senator. So when it says or school activities on such property, so if there is in smaller school districts where they have buildings like the elementary and secondary school buildings are connected, and the school activity is going on in the secondary building, let's say there's a basketball game, would this then allow access to the elementary building as well at that time, if they're connected?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, I guess, Madam Chair, if it's a building and it's one building, and there's a school activity happening in that building, the Board of Education members shall be allowed to enter the building.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I am talking about 2 buildings, but they're connected. So, because as I'm sure the Senator knows, we have many school districts that are small school districts. This is certainly an improvement to what is currently in the bill. As far as unlimited access, it would be during school hours and when there's a school or community activity, unlike the current bill. That my concern was because it says if there is an employee in the building, and it meant, I mean, I did ask this question when in committee about, so the custodians there, and that would have meant that the building was, I was informed that would have meant that the building was open. So it appears that this would have to be during school hours or when there's actually an event, and not just if an employee is in the building.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Madam Chair, if there's a single building, or apparently two buildings that are split, maybe one is considered elementary, and one's maybe considered middle, or maybe one's middle and one's high school, I'm sure there's probably a divider in between that could split off the two buildings. So if that's one of her concerns, you know, I presume that the board member would not be able to access the other building if it's locked.
Senator from Wyandotte. Nope, you're good. All right, any other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may make your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hoping that this will help tighten the language a little bit and bring some clarity to exactly when school board members may enter. So I move my amendment.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any other questions for the Senator from Miami? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the Senator, if she will stand for a question.
Will.
I was just curious, I think it was mentioned, and I just want to make sure I heard this correctly. I thought it was said that we've been asked by districts to address the issues in this bill, the content, what's being addressed in this bill.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, it was, I think I used the term constituents. So people have come, and when I said, sometimes we ask, how did we get a bill like this? Well, people have asked for it because the situations that we're addressing are situations that are happening in one or many or a few of our school districts. We have 286 of those. And so just because something is handled a certain way, just because your home school district has the names of the school board members on the website and a contact, doesn't mean that that's consistent throughout the state. So the reason we have these different components is because people came to testify that these issues weren't being addressed.
Senator from Johnson.
So there weren't school districts asking for this bill or any of the contents?
I believe she said constituents, but Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We actually had current school board members, former school board members, parents, retirees. All of those types of folks did come and testify or provided written testimony, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I think that does answer my question, that there weren't any current school districts that were asking for this content to be brought forward, that we had individuals, maybe some prior members. That leads me, though, to ask, though, what happens with the transparency aspect? Because if this is more of a one-size-fits-all approach, typically school boards post their agendas in advance so community members know what's going to be discussed. But if a board member is then allowed to bring forward new business very quickly, then we're not informing the public of what's going to be discussed.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's an assumption that school boards, all school boards, are providing ahead of time actually what is on the agenda. Also, I have attended many school board meetings where there's an amendment made to the agenda or there was no agenda provided at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, no further questions. This does affect transparency because most, and maybe not all, but most districts do have an effect policies as far as what's put on agenda and giving advance notice to the public so that they know and can anticipate what's going to be discussed. To that point, this takes away local control. Any of our school districts can adopt policies if maybe one district's doing it differently. And maybe there's a reason why they differ, because a one-size-fits-all approach may not be the best to implement. Furthermore, you know, the biggest concern here is that it changes the transparency, it takes away the local control, and again, puts in a one-size-fits-all procedure that actually erodes parliamentary procedure on the local level. So I'll be opposing. Thank you.
Do you wish to respond?
I do wish to respond, Madam Chair. Oftentimes, something appears as new business, and so that would be something in this process that could be added at the meeting or prior to the meeting as far as new business. Preliminary questions are asked, preliminary information requests are made, and then the very next meeting, it appears under old business. That's why we have new business and old business. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, have concerns regarding this bill. These members of the Board of Education of our school districts are elected. And I think it's important for them, just as we as an elected body want to set our rules, to have them have an opportunity to set their rules. And one concern I have is when you talk about, this is on page 2, lines 22, 23, it lets any member of the board ask questions or otherwise engage in discussion with any member of the public addressing the board at a school board meeting. So, Madam Chair, I appreciate what you've done in identifying that we should keep our comments to the bill or to the amendment. I think that's an important role of any chair in a board. So I believe that this would really restrict the ability for the chair of a board to maintain focus on the questions, and I would think it could be inappropriate to have a single board member be able to take over the discussion with members who have come to that meeting. These are elected officials. I think we could make suggestions and say what kind of training we think our State Board of Education could provide to board members, but it is not our role to determine their rules for their meetings.
Senator from Miami, do you wish to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Close to a close.
I'm going to respond just very briefly with regard to, you know, being the body of the whole is different from when we're in a committee meeting. When we're in the committee meeting, we have people come and testify, and it is customary to allow members of the committee to ask the individual's question. Now, as a chair, I would assume other chairs, at least it's been my experience, oftentimes will limit the time for question and answer, but there is that opportunity for actual communication back and forth to occur. So someone has provided testimony, but then there's an opportunity to ask clarifying questions or to ask, could we please be provided more information? Oftentimes that's required of the agency or that is asked of the committee chair. So I don't see that as very unlike what's being proposed in this particular piece of legislation. So, Madam Chair, am I allowed to close or are we waiting?
No one seeking recognition. You may make your close.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report Senate Bill 427 as amended favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, we'll turn our attention to House Bill 2484 for the purpose of explaining the bill. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2484 would establish the Social Work Licensure Compact. The purpose of the compact would be to facilitate interstate practice of regulated social workers with the goal of improving public access to competent social work services. The objectives would be to increase public access to social work, reduce overly burdensome and duplicative requirements associated with holding multiple licenses, enhancing the member states' ability to protect the public's health and safety, encouraging the cooperation of member states in regulating multi-state practice, addressing workforce shortages we hear so much about, supporting military families, facilitating the exchange of licensure and disciplinary information among member states, and authorizing the member states to hold a regulated social worker accountable by abiding by a member state's laws, regulations, and applicable professional standards. It would require a state to license and regulate the practice of social work, require applicants for licensure to graduate from a program operated by a recognized college or university, and it would require applicants for a multi-state license to pass a qualifying national exam and submit to fingerprinting, require an applicant to obtain or retain a license in the home state and meet the home state's qualifications, authorize the licensee holding a multi-state license in a member state to practice in accordance with the terms of the compact, designate a delegate to participate in the commission meetings, and it would provide the state allow the state to charge a fee. The state in Kansas in the bill would charge $25, which saves considerably for our social workers who were on the borders. The proponents were many. We had representatives of BSRB, the Council of State Governments, Integrated Psychiatric Consultants, the Kansas chapter of National Association of Social Workers. There were no opponents, and the House committee amended the bill to include a background check procedure for the Social Work Licensure Act and amend the fee relating to the multi-state licenses under the compact. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you for not reading the supplemental note. It's longer than the bill. Are there questions for the senator? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have a question. I stand in strong support of this legislation. The social workers have been working for several years to, one, improve the requirements that are asked by the state of Kansas so that because as we know, we have a shortage of social workers. We need them in more and more of when it comes to dealing with mental health issues. And so this is just another tool that will help to have a mobility for social workers that are trained in Oklahoma or Missouri to be able to come and practice here in Kansas. So I stand in strong support of this legislation.
Other questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I should mention that it passed the House 118-2. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2484 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. For the purposes of explaining House Bill 2353, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill concerns the AOT program, Assistive Outpatient Treatment, and it is brought to us by the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services in conjunction with the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Grant from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration. And what it does is, I think we've seen across American cities and some here in the state of Kansas, the rise of homelessness and mental illness related to being one of the causes for homelessness. And what the bill does is it amends a program already in place in Kansas under the Care and Treatment Act for Mentally Ill Persons that would provide some more diagnostic tools for our treatment facilities and for the courts. And that's because the bill does a couple of things. First, when you have an ex parte emergency order, you have a person, the patient, who's in pretty dire straits. and they either come across law enforcement or a loved one who sees that they need help. The bill does not make it a crime and is not under the criminal code dealing with these situations, but is under the probate code. And that's because it provides the court, when someone petitions on behalf of the patient, for an order for temporary custody so that the person can be held in temporary custody for evaluation. The bill extends that temporary hold time from 2 days to 3 days. And we heard from treatment providers across the state that the additional time either allows the person to be in a better situation if they're having a schizophrenic episode at the moment, and it also allows some diagnosis and some treatment plan to be created. So the bill is brought to us by providers and interested parties from across the state, and I want to share with the body who those are, because it's rather important that this is an issue that we've been looking at across the state. Like I said, it was brought to us from the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, also supported by the National Alliance on Mental Illness Kansas, by Mental Health America of the Heartland, by 4 County Mental Health Center serving Chautauqua, Cowley, Elk, Montgomery, and Wilson counties, by the Wyandotte County Assistant District Attorney, by Judge Stein from the 16th Judicial District, covering Clark, Comanche, Ford, Gray, Kiowa, and Meade counties, as well as supported by the Disability Rights Center of Kansas and the Association of Community Mental Health Centers of Kansas, Incorporated. So the AOT programs are run in each county, and currently AOT programs on grants from KDADS include Douglas, Ford, Cowley, Ellis, Riley, and Sumner counties, and community-launched programs are in Johnson, Wyandotte, and Sedgwick counties, with Shawnee and Gov counties in the beginning stages of development. So this bill would provide more tools so that we can have patients placed more on assisted outpatient treatment where they're placed in communities and encouraged to go get the services they need with supervision from the court and from attorneys in the area, as well as the treatment centers. With that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may make your close.
Thank you. We've heard that court-ordered outpatient treatment has been found to be a suitable and effective alternative to involuntary commitment in many cases, saving both court and provider time and money while preserving the rights and dignity of the persons in need of this level of intervention. With that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2353 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, we'll turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2144. For the purpose of explaining the bill, Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment coming. Can we retain the place on the calendar and skip over this?
We can. Senator Bowers, can you come up here, please?
Or we can get started and...
I've got a bill to carry right now. I'll just go carry it while we're waiting. It's all good. So we are temporarily passing over Senate substitute for House Bill 2144. We are going to go to House Bill 2661 and then see if the amendments here, otherwise we'll continue on from there.
We'll now turn our attention to House Bill
2661.
2661 for the purpose of carrying the bill. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a fairly quick fix to a statute. When counties went from 3 to 5, they wrote a statute to give them the ability to do that. But the problem was they didn't put the mechanics in on how to do that to make sure they could eventually get those individuals elected on staggered years so that you don't have a majority coming in at the same time. This bill was brought to us by Representative Kenny Titus and Representative Francis Arkamp and Senator Christian O'Shea, because they had confusion in Potawatomi County, and they went to work on trying to make this fix. In the past, the governor kind of decided when they would have this election, and so this process spells it out for them. This bill passed 120 to 0, and I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions, but I do stand in strong support. This same change was made in Douglas County recently, and it did cause a great deal of confusion. We had a vote in the county with regard to expansion, and then some misunderstandings about when that would actually happen. Would it be at the next election or later? So having this spelled out in statute, I think will be helpful to any other county that goes through that same process. So I appreciate those representatives who brought the bill, and the senator from Sedgwick who had it worked in her committee.
Are there additional questions, Senator from Sedgwick? I don't see any. You may close.
This just completes the statutory process of going from 3 to 5 commissioners. And I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2661 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. There you go.
Are we done? Senator from Johnson, do you have any report on when your amendment will show up?
I do not, but I can check.
We're getting real close to your amendment to our adjourning. Okay, please check. Thank you. We'll stand at ease. At this time, we will turn our attention to House Bill 2477. Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In 2000, the legislature established the Kansas Agriculture Remediation Fund and set limits on the remediation reimbursement amount. This fund is financed by fees assessed on agriculture entities like commercial grain elevators, commercial fertilizer blenders, pesticide dealers, and others. Now, since 2000, when the remediation fund was first established, the reimbursement amount has not been increased, but as we're all aware, the cost of everything due to inflation primarily has significantly increased. House Bill 2477 will do four things. It will double the initial amount an eligible person must cover prior to being eligible for reimbursement, so their cost will be the first $2,000 up from $1,000. The second thing it will do, it increases the reimbursement amount from a maximum of $200,000 to a maximum of $300,000 per site. And this is done by a formula that's been established, or that is established in the legislation, been established since 2000. But the formula is 90% of the cost for the first, after the first $2,000 until the eligible person has received $100,000. Once they have done that, then they will receive 80% of the cost until they have received an additional $200,000 for a maximum, again, of $300,000 per site. The third thing it does, it increases the amount of allowable administrative expenses for the Agriculture Remediation Board by $25,000 a year. And finally, the fourth thing, it changes the legislative committee that the board must submit their annual report to from the Committee on Energy to the Committee on Agriculture. And so that is what the legislation does, Madam Chairman. I'll be happy to stand for questions.
I'd like to ask those of you having side conversations if you can keep it down. It's getting hard to hear. So are there questions for the senator from Montgomery? Seeing none, Senator, you may close. Oh, sorry. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick. Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question. Just, I'm rising in support of this. This is something brought by the industry. It's something they want, and they're going to pay for. So, sounds like a pretty good idea to me.
Like those. At this time, Senator, you may make your close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move when the committee rise and report House Bill 2477 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. And do I have an update on an amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the amendment is ready. It has not been turned in yet, though. We have a number, but it hasn't been turned in.
Has it been proofread? Because that's another 40 minutes.
Well, it just got into proofing, is what I was told at 4:39, 4 minutes.
All right,
ago.
we'll stand at ease.
Senator Erickson.
Yeah, what did I have to do that?
It's the last.
No. Chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carry.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills under the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator McGinn in the chair. Recommended House Bill 2577, 2560, 2663, 2501, 2477 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. House Bills 2590, 2703, 2749, 2484, 2353, and 2661 be passed. Senate Bill 524 be amended on motion of Senator Bowers, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 488 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Clays, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 386 be amended by adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Bowers and Senator Baumgardner, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2665 be amended on motion of Senator Blasey, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 427 be amended on motion of Senator Blasey, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bills 407, 254, 249, House Bills 2682, Senate Bill 532, and House Bill 2144 be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, to adopt the committee report.
I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2490 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2675 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends Senate Bill 542 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2483 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 544 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2436 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2436 and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends Senate Bill 529 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends House Bill 2551 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends SCR 1620 be adopted and, because the committee is of the opinion that the resolution is of a non-controversial nature, be placed on the consent calendar. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2755 and the bill be passed and amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2583 and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Commerce, Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2648 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 428 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends Senate Bill 552 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2751 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2784 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. The clerk will read.
Motion for Senate Bill 110. I move to bring Senate Bill 110 out of the Senate Committee on Assessment and Taxation and be placed on the Senate General Orders.
This motion is in order and will lie over for 1 day. The Senate will vote tomorrow on this motion. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just seen through some texts that the committee went back to work and I believe kicked out 110. So I don't know what's going to happen with this motion, but I filed this motion this morning. In the debate last week, I talked about how we've had all these tax bills. They've always been bundled, and I think it would be great, even though it's a Senate bill, I think it'd be great if we debated a Social Security bill, hopefully send it over to the other side to exempt all Social Security and let people know we're serious about it. Now, the tax committee has went back to work. They didn't do this in their normal session. This passes bill out. So I don't even know if they had a hearing on it until today after I filed this motion. I think then they decided to get this bill and get it to the floor. I hope we do get it debated. I think it'd be great, I think, to show the people that we don't need to have a tax package. We can have a debate on one subject, like Social Security, exempting it. The people have already paid their taxes on that. So I'm excited to have this opportunity tomorrow. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. I wanted to know what the debate was on the floor because there were some statements made that weren't quite accurate. So what in the process allows me to respond since inaccurate statements were made?
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll answer any question. I think I did accurately state I introduced this motion this morning. I gave it to our clerk around, I don't know, it was in between 9 and 10 o'clock time frame as I did the other motion. I didn't see that this bill had come out of committee. I don't believe it got a hearing, but maybe it did. I could be wrong on that.
Senator, if I may intervene, I erred. This is non-debatable. And so the original comments were part of the motion. Well, now we'll go on to the next. Again, introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. The clerk will read.
Pursuant to Senate Rule 11B, I move to withdraw Senate Bill number 554 from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. I make this motion to ensure that assisted reproductive technologies are safe and legal in Kansas. Recent court rulings and legislation around the country, including in this chamber, put IVF and other reproductive care in jeopardy. With Senate Bill number 554, we can protect private medical decisions for Kansas families.
Again, this motion is in order and will lie over for 1 day. The Senate will vote tomorrow on this motion. The chair recognizes the minority leader from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today with this motion, we're taking action to secure access to fertility care for Kansans in the wake of the Alabama Supreme Court's decision regarding frozen embryos that led to the halting of in vitro fertilization treatments in the state. For now, IVF remains safe and legal in Kansas, but we've already seen attempts this session to put it in jeopardy. Since the Alabama decision, this legislature has done nothing to protect the right of Kansans to access assisted reproductive technologies like IVF. Senate Bill 554 would protect the right to access assisted reproductive technologies like IVF, marking an important step in protecting the rights of families. Politicians should not be making healthcare decisions for Kansas women, whether it's abortion, fertility treatments like IVF, or other reproductive care. These decisions should be left to women and their doctors.
Are there announcements? Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just wanted to remind everybody, I've been a little bit neglectful, that the annual shrimp peel is only a week away. It's Monday, April 1st at 6 p.m. Please make sure that you bring the things that you want to donate to the raffle either next Monday if you don't have them with you today, or you can make a contribution. And we hope that everybody will join us at I always call it the wrong building. What building is it? Ag Hall, Ag Hall. I always want to say Heritage Hall, it's Ag Hall. At 6 p.m. next Monday, April 1st. Thank you.
Are there additional announcements? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Mr. Chair, Senator Erickson, Senator Petty, and I will meet on a conference committee tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with the room to be announced.
Are there other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Assistant Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
On March 26th. You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. The Senate is recessed. The Senate will come to order. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 1621 by Committee on Assessment and Taxation, a proposition to amend Section 1 of Article 11 of the Constitution of the State of Kansas.
This constitutes introduction of SCR 1621. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 110 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2777 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends House Bill 2047 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2047, and the substitute bill be passed.
On an announcement, the Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287 North at 9 a.m. on March 26th. Are there other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Republicans will caucus at 9 a.m. in room 548. And I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 26, 2024.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The Senate is adjourned.